Architectural Board of Review. The first order of business is election of officers. Oh, we can start with a roll call. Yes, we'll start with a roll call.
Thank you. Board Member Moore,
Here?
Board Member Black,
Present.
Board Member Cunningham, Board Member Olson,
Here.
Board Member Six,
Here.
and Board Member Wellen.
Here.
Board Members Cunningham and Watkins are absent.
All right. And with that, we will open the floor for nominations for chair for the Architectural Board of Review.
I don't know who I address,
You can,
but I would nominate Mr. Moore to continue his fine job as chair.
Second.
are there any other nominations? None at this time. We all have a vote. All in favor of Kevin Moore serving as chair for 2020?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Congratulations, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
We will now open the floor for nominations. Oh, does the chair take over at this point? Oh, you take over for vice chair.
Oh, okay. Now we'll move on to election of vice chair. Do you have any nominations?
Can we nominate somebody who's,
Can. So there's one. I would second that nomination. Any others?
I'm sorry, who was nominated?
Richard.
Richard?
Anyone else? If you're wanting to nominate somebody that's not present, you can do that, I guess.
no, I'll go unchallenged.
Okay.
There you go.
There's no one else. Let's have our vote. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So you are vice chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that it for the start of general business? I guess we need to do
Appointment
consent.
to subcommittees, yeah.
So, since we have new folks, welcome, first of all, Dennis and David.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. It'll be a big help to have a full set of chairs up here. So we also are responsible for the consent agenda. And the way we did it last year is we broke the year down into, I believe, 2-month chunks where one board member was responsible for the consent calendar for 2 months. But it seems like we could break that down further now.
We could, Mr. Chair.
So,
We did have, there was a bit of awkwardness in terms of availability and comfort in reviewing consent, so we may want to take a look at that again. But
okay.
it seemed to, I mean, we never had a missed consent, I don't believe, this year.
Great.
Mr. Chair,
Lack of a quorum.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, there's also an issue of landscape representative at
Yes.
the consent when needed. So we have to factor that in.
Right. So perhaps now that we have 2 landscape professionals, perhaps we take them out of the mix for the full review, and if everybody's amenable to that, the non-landscape professionals would take the bulk of the responsibility for that agenda. So that would leave 2, 4, 5 members to do 12 months. So what I would say is that I will continue to do the consent calendar through February, and through, I guess, the 15th of March, or the 2 meetings in March, and then we transition into somebody else. Or I could do through March and then that leaves it clear.
Shall we
Here.
Shall we postpone the scheduling until the rest of the group is here, when we can look at our schedules and see if one is more convenient portion of the year than the other, or?
Perhaps we could do something via email and see if there's any issues with schedules.
Yes, so staff can return with, we can work with the chair to come up with maybe a draft proposal for appointments to subcommittees and to consent, and we can review that as a group together with everyone here and make amendments as needed.
Great. Let's
We
that.
do not need to complete this item at this
Right
time.
now. Okay. What subcommittees do we have at the moment?
Mr. Chair, I would have to look that up. I'm not sure how many we have off the top of my head, and we may need to revisit the ones that are no longer active. But as I said, staff can return with a list of, or an outline of what we have currently, and we
Okay.
can amend it.
Okay, great. So then we can move on to public comment. Is that right? We can move on to public comment?
Yes, we do. Now we move on with the regular agenda.
Okay, great. So we are now going to open for public comment. If anybody would like to address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda, and please come forward. I have one speaker slip from Mr. Campanella.
Thank you, Chair Moore. Welcome, new members of the ABR. John Campanella, former planning commissioner, and I just wanted to take a second to introduce Roxana Bonderson. Roxana is a new commissioner this year, and she will also be liaison to the ABR. So I just wanted her to say hi and you to say hi to her. And welcome to the new members also of ABR. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on a general topic? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment and move to approval of the minutes from December 16th, some time ago. Does anyone have any comments or edits?
Motion for approval? with
Second.
comment?
Okay. What comments do we have?
On page 3 of 7, item 1, South Quarantine Street. I think that motion number 5, I think we were stronger about that. I think it should read, study addressing the building to the street as opposed to the sidewalk. And then, comma, perhaps move the building to the street and eliminate the perimeter fencing at the front of the building. Is that too much to ask?
Yeah, I recall being a little bit more direct about it instead of studying, but is this come verbatim from the video?
No, it doesn't.
Mr. Chair, the motion was repeated back to the commission or board members prior to action, and these were the words
Okay.
we had.
Well, then can we study addressing the building to the street? Make that change? Makes more sense.
I think so.
Okay.
So number 5, study addressing the building to the street. Rework detention basin or retention basin.
Yes.
Okay. Is the seconder of the motion?
Yes.
Are there any other comments? Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Abstain as well.
2 abstentions. Motion carries. Okay. Now the consent calendar, January 13th.
I make a motion for approval? as submitted.
Hold on.
Oh.
You have to, do we need to read
announce
them?
it?
Yes, we do.
Oh, that's
We
right.
sure
it's
do.
consent.
We have, let me see, what do I have available? Okay, we have the January 13th, 2020 consent agenda for the Architectural Board of Review. Item A, 630 West Arriaga Street, was continued indefinitely to consent. Item B, 1911 De La Vina, was given project design and final approval with conditions. And item C, 1322 East Coda Street, was given project design and final approval as submitted.
Okay. Now you can make your motion.
Oh. Approval of the January 13th consent calendar.
Okay, I'll second that. And all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the project, so I'll have to abstain as well.
Okay. 2 abstentions, so motion carries. Right? And the...
For the January
Second.
27th, 2020 consent agenda for the Architectural Board of Review, item A, 1516 Clifton Street, was given project design and final approval as submitted. Item B, 305 West Montecito Street, was given project design and final approval with conditions. And item C, 630 West Arriaga Street, was continued indefinitely due to the applicant's absence.
Okay. I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay, my first and second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
We better abstain, right?
Yeah, I'm going to guess that we
2
would.
abstentions. Thank you. Okay. And now, any announcements, requests by applicants, future agenda items and appeals?
I have one announcement. I'm Nicole Hernandez, the urban historian for the city. If you don't know me already, most of you do. I just wanted to announce you've received emails, I believe, and have the agenda in front of you of our special meeting on Friday of all 3 boards, all 3 design review boards. We'll be doing a walking tour with Anthony Grumbine and I as a training for all the board members in successful buildings of our past, as you all are designing our future and helping design our future. So much of what you see is Spanish colonial revival style new buildings going outside of the EPV, and we had such a successful group training last fall with all 3 boards together. We thought it would only behoove everyone to have a little walking tour that, and we've been asked to do it by several members to show people some of the real successes, and we're going to show some things that aren't working so well either, so we can all have a group discussion on our walking tour. And it starts at the Libero Theater, and then we're going to wind through and end at 921 De La Vina. So we hope you all can join us. We'll send out one more reminder. Please RSVP if you can, just so we have a head count and don't leave anybody behind.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is this Friday? Is that what you said?
It is this Friday.
Yeah,
Did
what-
you get the email?
No.
Okay, I'll have them resend it. It might not have gone to the new members, but it is right in front of you as well.
Okay, got it.
And the
Comes with
tour.
the map.
Oh, cool, thanks.
Chair Moore, I'll be leaving at 5 today.
Okay. Anything else?
Chair Moore, Board Member Cunningham will be absent from today's meeting, and Board Member Watkins had said he would be missing the meeting as well, but we will try to contact him as that may pose an issue for upcoming items.
Okay. Sounds like we need to take a 5-minute recess prior to the first item. Is that right? Okay, so we will be taking a 5-minute recess. Okay, so we are going to reopen the meeting very shortly here, but we have to recess until 4 p.m., where we'll have a quorum for this next agenda item. So we are now recessing till 4. Thank you. Okay. So we are going to reopen the meeting and kick off item number 1, which is 219 East Haley Street. And this is a proposal for a new mixed-use development using the AUD program. The proposal includes demolition of 7 existing structures, housing 8 residential units, and the construction of a 4-story, 34-unit mixed-use development. Unit mix will include 15 2-bedroom units, 14 1-bedroom units, and 5 studios, with an average unit size of 725 square feet. Also proposed are 2 commercial spaces totaling 1,826 square feet. Proposed density on this 23,974 square foot parcel will be 61.8 dwelling units per acre. On a parcel with general land use designation of commercial, industrial, medium, high residential, 37 to 63 dwelling units per acre in the priority housing overlay. And there will be 36 parking spaces for the residential units and 3 spaces for the commercial area, with 38 total spaces required. The project requires development plan approval findings for a small non-residential addition as defined in section 30.170 of the municipal code. Project design approval is requested, and this project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis, the urban design guidelines, infill design guidelines, Haley-Milpas design guidelines, and outdoor lighting design guidelines. And this project requires an environmental finding for CEQA guidelines under the exception for projects consistent with the general plan, and was last reviewed on November 4th of last year. Is that right? November 4th?
Remember the October 17th memorandum, which is this.
One moment for a second before we get into that. Okay, so if we could make sure all your microphones are turned on.
Mr. Chair, before we begin, staff had a clarifying point on this project. The project before you had requested nearly 90 days ago a 90-day extension to for Permit Streamlining Act purposes. So that we were coming up on a 60-day deadline to make an action. At that point, they requested 90 days. That 90 days ends at February 12th, on February 12th. So we have this meeting, and if need be, the following meeting on February 10th to take an action. Just also a reminder to the board, if the board moves to deny the project, it would need to be based on health and human safety concerns. So if you were to make a motion for denial, you would need to have some language in there for it to uphold, were it to be appealed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And to be clear, that is specific to a project design approval, not a final approval.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can you clarify the question?
The Permit Streamlining Act.
Correct, yes. So once project design approval, an up or down vote happens, the clock stops, and the applicant is able to go get all their lovely finishes, and they can come back on their time, and the board can review with no timelines.
Okay, great. And so we have 2 new board members with us, and they have not fully familiarized themselves with the project, so they're welcome to ask questions when it's time, but they'll be stepping down from making any comments. So,
I mean, I can defer to Bob Cunningham, who's already reviewed the landscape.
right. Yeah. Okay.
Just did it.
So if we can make sure that microphone is on as well, if you could introduce yourselves.
I'm Doug Fell. I'm the project attorney.
Okay.
Kim True, landscape architect with True Nature.
Ryan Mills with DMHA.
Great. Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
I do have a motion from last time, so why don't I read that and we can go through it. So continued indefinitely with comments, update all of elevations to provide a faint massing of the full project, provide architectural elements or treatments and finishes to reduce the apparent massing of the project along the podium walls, and provide architectural elements to better articulate the roof lines on the east elevation And then applicant to provide details of doors and windows, guardrails, balconies, and proposed site fountains.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, fellow board members. Quick recap, so we are indeed here for project design approval. As you may know, we've been here several times. Our tack today was to just go through quite simply in responding to the minutes. Perhaps we can circle back with questions if the new members would like to see more details, but I think we'll start with kind of our proposed presentation. We believe we have everything kind of above and beyond what is required for PDA. We've addressed all of the comments. I'll keep going. Meanwhile, we have actually been working with all 4 neighbors, so that's something. We have a couple here in the audience today that I believe will be speaking, so we believe we no longer have any opposition to the project. We may indeed have support for the 2 from a couple. And then as stated, I want to make sure that the board was aware the project application was about to expire. So with that, let us jump in. So let's start with number 1, and then the next couple really will be on the sheet. More of a technicality, so a request for showing all massing. So as you know, our project is kind of a double-loaded building mass with paseos and courtyards in between. So for example, now, previously we didn't show all of the massing, so now we show the buildings beyond. So for your reference point, so you see the Revit model massed beyond. You can see it in all cases. So that's now visible, and we can kind of point you to the floor plans if needed. So it's, in general, it's about 60 feet beyond, similar to like an adjacent parcel. That's why we think it's appropriate to ghost, but it's there for reference. The item number 2 was about reducing the apparent mass, particularly along the east elevation. This is where a lot of our study and work has been done. And it's really in 2 parts. So the first is how to reduce the mass along the podium wall. So as you had seen before, the first brush stroke was really alternating materials and planes. So we go back and forth. So we have these stucco masses and then these poured-in-place concrete masses. So the stucco, the white stucco is proud. These 2 are fairly near to the 0 lot line. And then the concrete walls get pushed back. This whole zone is about 3 feet back from the property line. We can look at the site plan. So that was the first stroke. Additionally, we're starting to introduce along those first floors some faux window massing, or kind of like these remnants of old windows filled in, just to further emulate. So now you see these start to closer resemble a building mass, a 1-story building mass, a 3-story building mass, and likewise here. And then another piece is we've alternated. So all the white parapet walls are 42 inch, so that's our balcony height. We have pushed down all of the concrete walls to 30 inches and introduced a light metal rail. We have all those details to show you. So kind of to further accentuate that movement. And then lastly, I don't know if we want to jump around, then we have landscape is kind of the 4th item that we've been working to help screen that podium wall. Working with the neighbor to the east for an agreement so we can maintain and do the appropriate landscaping in that area. Let me finish the top, then we'll do that.
Yeah, okay.
So that's addressing the eastern podium wall. Likewise, I would like to point out, so we are studying this in kind of 2 ways. So during the same time, in working with Mr. Hunter for this side, we're both planning for the current use, but we also have been working with him on a podium development on that parcel. So there's going to be, We want the ability for it to look good in the meantime, but the likelihood there will be a similar sized project adjacent us, so we don't want to push and pull too much to kind of lose that area. So just, I think that's worth consideration. Number 3 comment was about articulating our roof lines. And as stated before, on the east side, we are bumping up against our max building height. So what we've done was study. Again, we push in and out. So there's 2 planes, and then half of the forms are a darker stucco, half are white. And then to further accentuate kind of those transitions, we've introduced these architectural elements, these chimney pieces, at all those corners where those 2 building types kind of interact with each other. These aren't counted against us as architectural features, so when looking at them obliquely and up, they'll kind of accentuate, so they'll be up to, like, say, 3 feet of a difference at those intersections. So we thought that was a effective way to do that between the 2 materials and then how the forms interact with each other. So that's addressing number 3. And then what you can see, likewise, we took that element, kind of the idea of that chimney element, and then started pulling it through. So we've wrapped the project with that. You see all the way around, even on the west side too. And we actually think what it did was, as we developed the detail package as well, this felt like it just brought it a little bit closer to a pueblo. I mean, obviously it's an interpretation, but it kind of gave it even a little more softness to the project. So we wrapped that all the way around. Why don't we jump to landscape, and you can talk about that eastern wall a bit more. Wish we didn't have to hold.
Yeah.
Okay, so we studied this whole eastern side and studied the models for this project, 3D models, and working with Ryan on the articulation, proposed a much more dense landscape there. So starting with some vines that we would be putting on the wall, a variegated creeping fig to kind of brighten up that space, and also stephanotis, which is a night blooming jasmine. So we're getting the nice big large green leaves, and a number of shrubs in there that are flowering, small flowering shrubs, so we get a little bit of color, and then again carrying the variegation through into those shrubs. Adding additional vertical elements in through here, so a number of palms, tree aloes, that sort of thing, and then sticking with our same palette of succulents and succulent ground cover and Carissa, so we have things that'll be still low maintenance, attractive, and really address that pedestrian scale. And since we submitted this plan, we have been working with Mr. Hunter next door, and we're looking at wanting to do a couple stenocarpus, so we would be adding canopy trees as well. And stenocarpus is our same street tree here, and I think those will do really well on this east side. We've got a 3-foot wide planter there, so we'd want to do one in this location and some in this location. So that's going to help with the softening of the building during the interim period, and it's also working with the future development studies that we've been doing. And so that's, you know, where we're heading with the landscape in that portion. So we've really tried to address that pedestrian scale and make that feeling good to the current tenants that are living there, and also talking about that maintenance agreement, so that there would be a reciprocal, this person could come in onto Mr. Hunter's property and maintain that, check the irrigation, make sure it's all good.
Great,
And so
thank
that's
you.
the landscape.
Let's see, before we move on to details, we can just, let's see. The floor plans have not changed. I wanted to make sure there's anything else. So just before we go to details, as this project evolves, we're really developing, there's two kit parts for this project that you can see. There's the white stucco buildings will have these Pueblo-esque chimney elements, and then you see, let me grab this guy, and you'll see they have one set of balcony details, which we have. So to identify, it's a slightly more contemporized, so horizontal slat balcony on a stucco sill. So that you'll see consistent on all of the white buildings throughout. And then on the darker stucco, we're going to do slightly more traditional detailing. So you'll see cornice details, you'll see a little more like an eyebrow detail over primary windows. Our balconies and trellises are fairly traditional, back to vertical slats like you would see in any traditional balcony or Juliet like that. So there's really two languages that we think work together but are distinct based on those masses. Let's see, covering detail. So this is our first pass. The idea, these are preliminary details, but for the typical conditions that I think the board was interested in. So we'll establish these and they can evolve over time, but we wanted to make these commitments to you. So starting number one is our typical window detail. This is every window. So we're able to meet that. We're still using 6x. We studied what it meant to double frame or go to 8x, and just that was too intensive, too cost intensive, and we didn't like what it did to interiors to turn in every case. So what we're able to do is do a typical 6x exterior framed wall, but when we introduce the rigid foam, which we want to do for performance purposes, that adds an inch. And then kind of with the typical wall assembly, we get to 6 inches at all glazing. So we think that's pretty effective. This has been effective on our HLC projects, which they found to work really well. So we're pretty happy with that condition. So that's our typical and smallest. That's a section of it. And then you see at our slider conditions, when it's a bigger, slightly bigger opening, we've actually committed to a double framed wall in these conditions, just at the sliding doors. So there it is in elevation and section. And then at the very large openings along Haley in the public views, this is where we did truly double frame 12-inch, walls, but so you see we're just shy of 11 inches to the glass, so it sort of proportionally keeps growing with the size of openings. Section 4, this is our typical entry door to the units. So again, we're pushing inboard as far as we can to commit to 6 3/4. So that's the fenestration package as a start, and then here are our parapet and balcony conditions. So here's, again, just typical stucco parapet rail. It just sort of turns over. We have I think there's only one condition where we have a concrete wall at the back. Otherwise, what we're looking to do, here's that lower concrete wall, 24 inches from finish, and then the remaining is for rail, so like a metal, light metal rail, horizontal rail. So kind of to create that up and down. And then the two balcony types, so you see here. So in the white stucco mass, we have our, again, all wood, fairly heavy timber, horizontal slats, but cleanly put together. And then you see our little stucco sill, and then the other type is a little more traditional. But again, we still are going a little visibly heavier on the slat. So these are vertical, again, to kind of emulate or interpret the Pueblo style of architecture. So that's sort of kind of the kit of parts. Of course, this doesn't cover all of it, so all the additional moldings we'll have to bring back, and we're looking forward to showing you more of those. But wanted to kind of show, here's the starting point for all of these. The model has been updated accordingly, so for all the board members. So along the way, we're asked to develop the 3D model, so we've used that, updated that, and have been using that, working with the neighbor. Again, additional massing views updated, which was per an earlier request a couple, 2 or 3 meetings ago. So those have been updated and are still current for our use. And then these renderings as well. So for the most part, updated to reflect some of the new elements and depths. And again, you get a sense for some of the detailing. So that's. Do you want to cover your fountain, your details? Kim has brought, per your request, a couple details as well.
So these are some conceptual fountain details, just starting to think about the materials and the style. So trying to keep the traditional Santa Barbara look, but bring it into more contemporary, a little cleaner. So this is the courtyard fountain in the back, looking to do the stucco walls to match the white stucco, and then a Santa Barbara sandstone cap on it, but with the nicer snap with the very curved edges, so it's more clean, but it brings in that Santa Barbara vernacular to the stone fountain. And then just a very simple copper pipe to just give us that sound of water and the movement, and then some lighting at night so that we get that reflection in the courtyard on the walls. So very subtle, very romantic type of fountain and feeling for that. And then in studying the fountain for the front courtyard, and here, since this is the main entry to the project and the living room, if you will, really wanted to look at the size of the arches and what was happening there. So brought in the fountain, thinking this is going to be more of an artistic tile against the wall, and then a very simple bowl, very simple stone bowl that we would have on the wall. A nice piece of handcrafted metal fountain that would drop into the bowl, and then these would spill down into the fountain. And again, just to give us that nice sound of water, and then the same thing with the lighting to give us that romantic feeling. And then this is just a study of the overall courtyard, how that would fit in with the scale and with the pots that we have proposed there. And then this is about where we have this ceiling. This is in the front. I can show you here. So this is the back fountain, and then this is right here up on the stairs. So we have all of our equipment and everything hiding underneath the stairwell there. And so this is creating that space. We have the fountains, and then Ryan added the pots to the top of the wall, so it really gives it that wonderful courtyard feeling in there. Some nice details. And that's the fountains.
Great. So that does conclude our presentation today. So again, we're more than happy to circle back around. There's some additional graphics and renderings. We have been here several times. We believe we've accommodated all the requests and even kind of going down the path of detailing, and we're feeling good about how the project's evolving. So we would ask from this board today to get a good sense of if this is an approvable project, and ideally it's today, or understanding very clearly what are the items that would be holding us back. So we're just feeling some urgency, fighting for the right to exist with this application. So we're looking forward to coming back a handful of more times to hammer out the rest of the details, but we're really looking for that approval from this board today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to have you open this page again to the model. I didn't get to see that well enough.
Okay.
Sure. There's that page as well as the second page as well. And I should point out, as all models, so again, all the roof, all the forms, all the detail isn't embedded in these 3D models. So a lot of the detailing, I would ask you rely also on some of the elevation drawings. So there's some level that doesn't quite make it to a 3D massing model.
you. All right, so we are going to open public comment. If anyone here would like to speak about this project, we have some speaker slips over there, the pink forms over there, if you could fill that out and hand that in. As of now, I just have one from Rob Hunter. If you could come on up to the podium. You'll have 2 minutes.
I own the project at 221 East Haley, and it's directly east of this project. Been working with both Kim and Ryan on resolving some of the scale issues, some of the open flat wall issues. I think that we've come to a point where this has our support, and still need to look at individual trees and palms, things like that, as well as possible different textures and colors and as far as depths in the big white open areas. Of concern to me is that the project is, when it's approved, has a maintenance agreement that's recorded that runs with the land, so that we can assure that anything that they plant there can be maintained, and any water intrusion or anything that happens to our property is handled. And the only other item is that they've got an upper deck that's kind of for a community type of thing that we don't have, like late hour amplified music. So other than that, I support the project.
Okay, thank you.
And this is the first time that I've said that.
All right, well, we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, would anyone else like to address the board? Seeing no one, we will close public comment and move on to questions from the board. Mr. Watkins, would you like to start?
Yeah, just it says, you go 801, the bottom right rendering right there. If you zoom in, yeah, thank you, Chair Moore. On the front, one of the front units there's a. I'll come around because I'm not going to do this very well. Sorry, guys. Thanks. Sorry to reach over here. This guy right here. I'm kind of curious about that construction assembly of that trellis. The way the detail is showing right now, there's a beam on the outside edge of that configuration that's supporting all those little 4x4s on top, right? And then it looks like from the detail, I think it's detail 11 on A7.
So you're talking about that?
Yes. So it runs across the glass a little bit, and I think from the rendering it actually shows that it pulls past that exterior corner and kind of floats off on one of the edges too, right? The detailing, though, on detail 11 shows the outside beam supporting all those little 4x4s on top, and it looks like the 4x4s are sitting proud of the actual finish, right? They're not penetrating back. So I guess my question is, what happens there when it's floating on the open end? And then another configurations where it's just running back and meeting the wall, if it's not sitting on a back beam or a ledger, then how is that back end of those 4x4s being supported? And I guess the third would be, what happens when it hits the glass? Does it just float across right there?
Yeah, well, there's two parts. One is, again, I would call these preliminary details. Okay. We haven't established every condition we go on. I want to at least establish kind of mass and size and members. But a couple specific answers is, so in this two-story opening, you can kind of see it here. If the trellis was not there, there really is like a spandrel piece, which will be, a dark, maybe the dark stucco, maybe a wood material we haven't specified yet, and that's what these little 4x's are running back to. Haven't established how exactly they're connected, whether there's like a ledger there or they just, it'd be probably too fussy for each one to disappear into that wall, but yes, have not detailed that. Okay. And then similar, these would go back to that far wall, so that's something we can absolutely study
So on that condition, on the open end, they would run past that building corner and actually run all the way back further?
That's the idea.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. And then since we're on the details, I think you touched on it in your presentation. If we can go back to details 6 and 7 on 701. So where the concrete wall actually comes up and supports a part of the guardrail, I guess, in a sense. Thank you, Chair. We have some coping that's running over the top, right? And then, so how do you envision that? Do you want the coping to actually be visible and like flashy and stand off, or is it going to blend in with the colors of the concrete wall?
Yeah, I mean, the idea, again, we're talking a few options, but probably painted to match the gray concrete.
Okay.
Or, again, undecided, but that's one option. The other would be, is it an anodized or does it match? Again, like, is this a darker metal color?
Right.
Could that match and create a little shadow line and be, 4 inches of that same color?
Right.
Again, not, to be honest, we don't have that nailed down, but definitely something we're thinking about as we detail these.
Okay, that's cool. And then on detail 6 right below there, there's a condition where there's a self-adhered flashing that's running back, and it's going to be visible from what I assume is going to be like the, I guess I'd say, occupant side, if you will, or interior of the lot. What's going to happen right there with that flashing condition?
Another great question.
Okay.
We didn't solve that yet.
Okay. And then on the doors and windows on this sheet, it looks like, I think you touched on it, I think detail 1 calls out that there's a 1-inch insulation board, and I think you pulled it up in your presentation. The other details don't have it called out, but I'm assuming that 1-inch insulation is happening everywhere, right, on the exterior wall surface to give you your depth. It's shown graphic. I just didn't know because it wasn't necessarily hit yet.
It's that square hatch shown in all the details.
Okay.
Yes. It would be the entire envelope.
And that's, like you said, for thermal performance, but also it helps you get that depth that you guys are hoping for the deeper recesses.
Correct, kind of a twofer.
Okay, cool. And the last question would be on your detail 8 with the plank railings. You have some exposed clips where all those horizontal members, and maybe assuming the verticals too, are hitting back.
Yeah.
What was the thinking behind? Yeah, what was the thinking behind the exposed clips? Yeah, that one. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so again, as a starting point, hidden knife plates would be, I think, too fussy.
Yeah.
We kind of want it to be simply put together. I think we were alluding that it would be on the interior. We would have minimal L brackets to fasten that, so it's not visible from the exterior. The interior patio side might reveal those. That was just a desire in elevation. Otherwise we'd have secondary horizontals here. So, I mean, that would be the alternative, right? So you would kind of fabricate them in panels, top and bottom, a secondary rail, and then fasten those. That's an option, but we were trying to get those to look a little simpler. And yeah, the consequence might be seeing some of the clips on the inside.
Right. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Richard?
Mr. Chair, since we're approaching a PDA here, there's a couple questions, standard. Are there any exposed mechanical units either on the ground or on the roof or in the windows and so forth, and how have you screened or handled those?
Let's go to the roof plan. So this project has no air conditioning units. So for the most part, here we go. There won't be small condenser units for that purpose. Like our other projects of this size we do, so there's typically no equipment for most of the project. Now at the front towards Haley, we have allowed this flat roof area has the tallest parapet. We can show you an elevation too. So we're assuming the commercial units can run any equipment up to this tallest portion. So this is we've allotted for.
So how deep
rooftop
is your
equipment.
parapet there?
So
just a ballpark.
So here is, so we don't call it out, but that's That's one portion. Here's the taller one in the middle. So I think it's 36 inches, but
And
we have
that's
a little
the, that's the
wiggle room.
mid mass? Are you up against height limits at that mass if you had to stretch that parapet to?
Let me go here to the front elevation. So no, in all three forms. So here's our, you can see it. So here's our tallest. So we were doing about 36. This secondary one is smaller, but no, here's our max height limit. So we have wiggle room as
Probably given the angles, you could probably show a sight line for units even extending over that parapet if need comes to be. Okay. How about, I noticed, was there a change in the plan? I thought there was a big to-do about the transformer being accessed to the outside from the property. Now you've worked it out to where it doesn't have to be.
Correct. I think you missed that last meeting where we did switch. So we were, actually ground plan.
That's okay.
That is correct. So
That's
it's
correct.
accessible
So it's-
only from the inside.
So it's
Now-
handled, okay.
Yeah.
And your landscape double check valves and your sprinkler double check valves located in the screen?
So those are up in the front here, and so they are screened with landscaping.
The screen landscaping and your double check valve for your
The
sprinklers?
fire is, I believe it's in here in the fire,
Yeah.
underneath the
Go to
building.
the first floor. It's in the hall.
Oh, in the hall? So interior? Okay, thank you. Now, this is a good sheet to be on. I noticed that these are indicated, I don't know the Latin for them, but these are significant trees graphically, and they are living, it seems to be, in a 36-inch high planter in order to accommodate them, correct?
Correct.
Was there any reason that that wasn't explored in some areas on this west side, and one perhaps here on the north side? Could that be explored? To get
Certainly,
some more
yeah.
significant planting there? All right. Now, if we go to the,
I feel there's a reason that,
I think we can certainly study it, definitely.
you know,
yeah, like especially if you look at this north elevation, there's a lot of wall and not a lot of planting.
And this was that sliver
yeah,
that's back there.
yep.
Now, if we go to the east elevation, there seems to be a discrepancy here between your language here of these pilasters, which I'm excited about, and there's no, then we have, on here, we have a floating box. Which one is it
Good
going?
catch. So this was, I forgot to mention it, this was during this last pass where we've started introducing some of these slightly more softened elements like these. We did turn the corner and are studying, is this something that the board feels is successful? We didn't resolve it around the corner. So that's great feedback. So
It's
thank
a
you.
leading question.
And if we did that, yes, we could definitely bring down that corner.
Okay, and then I think, there's another interesting thing on the model that I picked up. Here there seems, on the model anyway, there seems to be a change of plane back from here to, so there's this, on the model anyway, there's a crude, well, I'm sorry to bias that, but there's a sloping guy there.
Actually, I think you can see it best. Yes, there is.
So right
It is
here.
right here.
So
Yep.
is that your proposed, or is there a reason that
Yeah.
wasn't further articulated?
Again, not fully detailing everything. This is our plinth that we chose. So originally, this came out a bit more similar to this condition, but working with Mr. Hunter, this is their courtyard. We wanted to actually maintain this 3-foot strip. So we just still pushed our white stucco back. There's a slight reveal, and it sort of has a kind of a cant back. It's like a plinth element at a 45.
Okay.
But too small for landscape.
Oh, yeah.
Could have some other potential detailing, but we thought we looked at some old imagery where some buildings just sort of fold back that way. So
Okay, then when you say poured in place, the poured in place concrete, will it have a texture where you see the ridges between boards and so forth?
Yes.
Is there any three-dimensional feeling to that?
that's the proposal. So like
Yes,
a
okay.
poured in place where you see the seams kind of weeping through the form.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Just a quick question. Is this opening on the property line?
Yes, that is a patio. So that's not a conditioned space. So it's not a glazed. Let's see. I had to go to let's go to floor plan. So in a let's go do a floor plan. Yeah, that. So in the earliest rendition, it's open. So it's an open patio, which would be acceptable as a parapet, but we've extended the wall up and it's just an opening. So it's still an unconditioned space.
Okay.
How far does that parapet go up?
To the level above. So if you want to look at the elevation, it's an enclosed patio. Oh. Lots of back and forth. Let's see. So here it is, looking at Haley. So it's basically an open corner at this level. So it's open to the street, and then it's also a punched opening to the property line, which doesn't need to be there. If something ever was built there, that would be acceptable, and then we would have our opening out to the street.
Would you describe the difference in colors a little bit more than you have? Do you see a deep difference, or?
Yeah, I think I don't have it this time. Previously, we had brought some photo samples, but I think this intends to show it fairly accurately without specifying colors yet. We want kind of the Pueblo white, kind of the El Paseo white, so a classic white, pretty clean and bright. And then a secondary color of like a warm stucco. We modeled the color. We brought in imagery of that 20s building that was restored across from, or next to Zaytunes, across from Panino. There's like this warm clay color with the wood balconies. That's actually the imagery we brought for these. So that's what we envisioned there, kind of like a warm clay color. Again, the difference about what we're showing. So those are colors we'll continue to bring. And then concrete, we would love to get a little warmth out of that too.
Some clays are orange, so you're thinking of a gray.
A warm concrete, so we wouldn't want like sort of your navy gray. So we'd like that to have a little warmer tone to it. And then again, I would just refer for now we'll bring in swatches, but we wanted kind of a medium value. This is like a 4 or 5 value, nothing too dark, but like a warm sandstone color, maybe, if you will, is the right way to put it.
That describes it. That's all my questions.
Any questions down here?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think you answered my first one in your presentation. The plinth level openings are false openings, right? So it's a completely mechanically conditioned garage with no natural light in it.
Correct.
All right, then. Yeah. And my second clarification is on the landscape plan, it seems to mitigate between street level and first floor level. I can't really tell which is which, except out at the street, those are street-level plantings.
Correct.
Is everything else at the podium level?
So we're at podium. So we're at podium, and then there's, so all of this is on, so after you get to the stairs, all of this is on podium. Then we have down at ground level here. This is all down at ground level.
And that's
here.
reflected on the
And-
elevation.
And then here, correct. So
Right.
in these little cutouts here, we're down at the ground level.
So if one looks very carefully, you can tell which level you're at on that plan. Thank you. Those are my questions.
I guess my first question was, did Bob Cunningham have comments at all in the previous reviews?
So the landscape plan's been a part of this package for some time, so Bob has seen it a few times.
Mr. Chair,
Is that
Board Member Cunningham did review plans that were available on the city's website and said he did not have any comments for any of the projects today.
Well, one thing that sort of jumped out at me.
You can shape it in a question format, that would be
So
excellent.
is the firewheel tree the designated street tree for here?
Yes, it is.
Would you consider having more than just the two here? Just, you know, the way it presents, the way the buildings present themselves to the street, I mean, there's a lot of mass, the whole project's a lot of mass. And I'm just wondering whether or not, with the firewheel, it's an upright, you know, character, and I just felt like, you know, maybe if you added one or two more here, rather than basically exposing this massing to the street the way it is, I don't know, it's just something to consider in my mind, but.
So the question is, maybe, are these biased to the property lines for any particular reason? Is there a rhythm already
I'd like to,
present on the?
Elevation.
yeah. I'm showing one, I'm not showing both. So the starting point was, we felt two were the appropriate for the street frontage. It's not that wide of a lot. And then just the nature of being really an urban development along the east-west corridor. It's sort of intended for more urban environment. We do have flanking the automotive entry is stair, and then two commercial storefronts. So we chose to keep those open and just kind of nudged the trees outboard. That was the thinking. So whether we have space or, and again, the other thing we often want to consider is potential utilities that end up in that parkway. So often there's a lot of it. So we're open to if you feel strongly a third tree is desirable, but I think we felt that was the right balance. And
Yeah, I'm really looking at it from purely aesthetic perspective, and when I look at that elevation. I think it just would present itself a little, I mean, you have so little opportunity for any vertical tree or plant massing around this project, and it just seems like every opportunity you could take advantage of would be good. I'm talking, and also on the, you know, the side boundaries as well. That, you know, your renderings show that most of the trees as being sort of short and squat and not more vertical. That would sort of address the, you know, the massing of the building as it presents itself. So, just some thoughts, but
I think I'd be open to studying it, and we'd, you know, discuss it again with the utilities and make sure the arborist is on board. But I think that would be fine.
yeah, I mean, you can work around utilities, but
Oh, yeah,
you plan ahead.
yeah.
Okay. And then my other question is, so you're comfortable then with any trees that you're proposing up on the podium? You know, these closed bottom planters are what, 24, 42 inches, and so as a practical matter, you have to be cognizant of how much growing room you actually have and whether it's going to do the job you want it or
Exactly.
show here.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's a challenge, as you know.
Yeah.
Okay, those are the only questions I have.
Great. Let's go to comments then.
Chairman, can I ask one more question real quick that I missed? Sorry. On A201, there's some, on the gray building, I'm going to call them gray clay buildings, there's on the second story, it looks like there's these little projections above the windows. Are those canvas awnings or fixed awnings?
Are these?
Yeah.
West elevation?
Yeah, what are those?
Yeah, so on this elevation, those are like a linen colored canvas awning.
And then what's supporting them?
Probably metal brackets. Again.
Okay.
Not yet detailed, but yeah, minimal. Everything wants to be kind of interpreted Pueblo.
Like softer, like you said, linen, not a hard lid or anything like that.
Yeah, and if we imagined it's metal, but even not decorative spears, we didn't want to see a bunch. Just, we wanted that kind of that simple linen to be folded over, and that's all you really see.
Okay, thank you. That was it, Chair. Thank you.
Go to comments?
Yes. I like the detailing that you guys have come up with. I actually appreciate that, the thought, and it's very evident you guys took the time and really examined each building, individually, not just as a whole project. And I think that kind of gets to the crux of, at least for me, what I was struggling with previously was, it was starting to read, I think by the lack of these little details, kind of as a one big whole, when in reality, I think what's always been good for me is that this project reads as a clusters, pueblos, or within a pueblo. And so I think the parapets details that you guys have added along the edges and the corners are effective. So I look forward to seeing what that detail looks like in the next round. But I think that's an effective solution. You guys have used these architectural elements as ways to kind of accentuate, which I'm really okay with. And so just adding those elements has really made a big difference for me. The insulation too, adding that as well, for performance, but also recognizing that that's going to achieve something that was a big, concern, at least for me again, was the depth. I think that's a way to mitigate the vinyl windows, and what I see is kind of, unfortunately, with larger projects, is it starts to really truly lose the character. I think what we look at when we appreciate what we see as Spanish style and Pueblo design or Santa Barbara design is the recess of the windows. I think is really crucial to these flat facades that are otherwise stripped of detailing. And so by getting that extra depth in those projections, you start to break massing up a lot easier than adding stuff to it. And I don't think adding all these details to your project was effective. I think it was just a matter of refining those proportions. And so I think that worked out really well. And I value that. I think you guys nailed it on that. Little things I'm going to start with are just more cleanup details. I'll say right now, just a quick running list I see of missing details would be like the cornices, which you guys have already reflected on, those awnings that we talked about right now. Mm-hmm. The false windows even, maybe if it's similar to an existing system, but what that frame looks like. The eyebrows that you kind of alluded to, I think I kind of see them sometimes over those other windows in the clay buildings. The trellis design elements that we talked about is, do the 4x4s come back and touch? Is there an exposed ledger? Is it, are there supports or anything like that? Even, what you said with the spandrel totally makes sense, but if there's a span that happens right there, obviously you just kind of get that in. The handrails, the clip system, I follow what you're getting at with it. I think it would be nice to look at that a little bit more in one, if it's a finish, like you're almost getting at with the exposed flashing over the mm-hmm. concrete. If there's a language that starts to happen now with all the exposed metals, maybe that's effective, or maybe, I think that's one opportunity. It doesn't have to be that way personally. But if you're doing those exposed clips, that does change that nature of the traditional wood elements that are starting it throughout the project. So one, if they could at least be removed and clipped from the back so they're not visible right. From what I'm going to say is the exterior face of that. That would help, and if there's a way to even minimize them or something like that, just so there's less clips, because I think exposed metal clips deteriorates from the project a little bit. I think I might have said the parapet corners, the detailing that you've added since the last round actually show the accentuation of the roof lines. The concrete walls, the flashing on the backside, and what happens when the exposed, self-adherent membrane, what happens with the cap flashing if it's matching the guardrail above, things like that. Right. And something that was interesting as I'm looking at the renderings is that, I'm going to call it the front cube, that projection off Haley. The underside of that I actually think is an opportunity we haven't really looked at yet, but what is that underside of that mass looking like? Because you're going to really walk underneath there, and it is visible on the front side. There? To the page left, yes. You're looking on the underside of that right there. What's happening? Is it mimicking the patterning of the concrete? Is it just a flat, plastered surface? But that's an experience right there, and it's a very visible experience because it's right there on the property line. What's happening underneath there? I guess that would be good to see some kind of design consideration of that. whatever you guys feel is appropriate. Bless you.
Excuse me.
Oh, with the wood, with like the trellis and the guardrails and things like that, I'd personally think it would be a stronger solution if you did like a semi-solid stain versus a solid body stain, because it is wood. I think seeing some of that grain would be effective to kind of help soften, because you have this push and pull between these modern forms, but then you're still tying back to your grounding and what we find in the area that's already been around for a while and designed that way. So I think even just that little difference of seeing the grain versus, and it doesn't have to be semi-transparent. I think that's not effective for a mixed-use project like that. But a semi-solid is going to give you that longevity, that use, that beat up, but still show the wood grain, which I think would be nice. And I would comment the landscaping. I appreciate that you guys even took the time to talk with the neighbors, really work with them to make sure that they're happy, that there's an agreement that, one of access, but also the reconsideration of the planting plan, that you guys have considerations of the human scale and also, I guess I'm going to say project scale, street scale. I really value that. I think that doesn't happen a lot with a lot of these larger mixed-use projects, and so I value that you guys took the time to talk with them, that you guys actually reflected that in your design. It's a really lovely landscape plan. I'm really excited. I think that's a really big benefit in addition to the design of the project. And even the detailing you provided today with the fountains and stuff like that, I think that's really going to add to the quality of life that I think is going to happen here, which I think is ultimately what I personally want to see with these kind of projects is what are we providing to the tenants? So I think that really captures that, is it's not just a get as many units in as you can project. It's actually a project that's trying to be sensible and provide a quality for people that we can be proud of. So I think you guys really did a good job of that. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think this project is ready for PDA, and I'm hoping that my comments are considered refinements that can be handled during final rather than a hiccup to approval of PDA. First of all, I want to appreciate I appreciate your work with the neighbors, and I sympathize with the neighbor that in regards to the audio from the deck. I'm growing up, my neighbors are now 3 boys growing into their teenage years, so I'm sensitive to that. But anyway, so I will go into it here. First, landscape. As I suggested in my questions, I would hope that, I think there's a radical difference in the maturity and the size of trees and material that can be in a 36 versus a 24. I hope that you would look seriously at this east elevation in 1 or 2 spots where you can to increase those, and particularly in the north elevation, this area here could be increased to have a more significant tree there. As far as the podium, I appreciate, especially on the east side, all the articulation that has been there. It's very successful, and that the ins and outs are correct, and the inside corners between material changes are just right. Really appreciate the work and refinement that has been done on that. As I alluded to, that change in plane here, I think there would be a great opportunity to introduce, some kind of pilasters that reflect the Hispanic Pueblo, and make a statement. Instead of just a linear slope, you can make some kind of statement, as I much appreciate. I think it makes just a world of difference. The raised, sculpted parapets and so forth, and there's again another opportunity to do that. I think that also very minor again on here, this T-shaped here. At least one of these could have one of those raised sculpted type of things, to either one or both. Maybe just one is more to get rid of that T-shape. On the podium north, you have a change of color here. And I noticed on the plan, and again, notice on the plan, there might be an opportunity to tweak that wall, so there's a little jog. Garage plan. So, you know, like you're deeper here than you are here. Maybe there's some way to articulate, break that a little bit to give, you know, give that reason for that stop and start of that material, or that at least the color. The podium west. Again, I'm concerned with the material transitions. You know, perhaps it's just a minor extension of the stucco to get an inside return, so that your texture of your concrete has something to die against. You know, the east elevation, moving up to the east elevation, I think repeating myself, I think that the sculpted parapets are just a great addition. This comment, it goes throughout the building, and I hope it's not one of those that we can consider this a refinement. Let's get right here. I think, you know, you already have some corbelled trellises. I'm thinking that, you know, except for this lower one here, these posts and the extension of the trellis out is just on that third floor. It would be just much more successful if you could corbel these and take it. You've done a terrific job in setting that floor back, but just I don't think you're really using those trellises as a significant. They're open to the air. They're not doing, you know, sunwise radically. If all of those could be corbelled and pulled back from the face of that story below, I think it would be much more significant and soften other. And here you even have to cantilever out further than what you're going. So I would strongly suggest that.
So pull the trellis back from the face of the building?
Yeah, to corbel it, yeah. Rather than have it supported by posts. The corbelling could introduce maybe a contemporary interpretation of a corbel on, and so forth, so it could lend that flavor of a Hispanic pueblo, further add to it. As far as the one thing I'm still concerned about the contemporariness of this front elevation, and I think I've reduced it down to, and I suggested in my questions, that this floating box cantilevered, and even with your minimal corner glass and so forth, is just, you know, I think what would make the difference for me is if this, somehow you could read the plaster mass coming down to the ground as you started here, whether you enhance the, you know, a minor cantilever between the glass face, but you know you're giving the impression that cantilever is all the way back to the concrete, and I think that changing that and bringing it more into traditional mass-based, ground-based would be good. I think that, you know, pulling these trellis back would be good. I think that these window openings, if you could introduce significant wood mullions that are really massive, or even wood corbelling, wood header or something, you know, to get again that Hispanic Pueblo look with the heavy wood, you know, working with the plaster. I think those would be refinements that would make that front elevation more palatable to me. As far as the detailing, I think if we go to that interior section, the north-south section, the long section here, I think it starts to show up here to where it looks a little. It would be so much. You know what Green and Green did with their horizontals? They warped it down and so forth. If just maybe the topmost one or the middle of the vertical ones had some kind of, delicate, or not delicate, but traditional shaping of either in the gap or, open it up a little bit. You see where I'm going with that? Yeah. I think it would be clever to, on the top of that metal railing on your concrete, to have the flashing look like, the third bar or the bottom bar of your top railing. I think that would be very clever. I really like the things that you've started to. Oh, in regards to, I think it falls down right here, the stairway. If you could take that idea of the horizontal slats and disguise the up and downs of the landing and so the only thing on the inside is the sloping handrail and the stringers, and these become a bigger, a bigger piece of that. So I think, because this bothers me, this up and down type of thing, and you know how awkward those angles and so forth at the nose and the transition to the landing and so forth. Yet the dimension, I think that something to disguise it and disguise the slope of that stair would be good. I think only one more thing. I think that, again, on this front, I know what you're trying to do here is, have a peek out through. So, but there's also the fact that this becomes a very sheer 3-story wall unadorned. It seems to me that, again, some kind of bridge, not a roof, but just some kind of gateway header or something. We're talking about this, and when you look up this thing, maybe there's something that bridges back into a big wood corbelled beam, or that says with buckhorns, something, inverted horseshoe or something like that on it. You know what I'm saying. So I think that those are my comments in the spirit of refinements, and I think you're ready for a PDA.
Okay. I agree with the majority of those comments. I feel like some of the comments, though, should be taken with a grain of salt, because the intent of these projects is to do things that are a little bit more cost-effective. Detailing is important. However, you need to be aware that the more these things cost to build, the more they're going to cost to rent. And so by adding detail unnecessarily, I think we would be impacting the future of our community. So we need to be aware of those aspects. So I'm not as concerned about the railing details on the interior side of the project. To me, that's secondary to our purpose here. So I do agree that a lot of these additions of detail on the parapet lines that's very successful. I think that's mitigated some of the boxiness of this. I'm not a huge fan of this one, but that's okay. Something to consider is that the way you have this turning to this doesn't, I don't think that's possible.
Right.
So it's either this turning and wrapping, or this plaster piece has to come around the corner. So something to figure out. The only question I have going forward for your detailing is this one. Is this one. And how you're going to get these verticals to jive with this flashing. Because this flashing will need to turn up the sides of those verticals, and that's going to be a mess. So I would, if there's a way to consider this differently, I'd look forward to seeing how you resolve that. Otherwise, I'm successful recessing the windows. That's all great. So I think project's ready for project design approval at this point. Yeah.
In general, I appreciate the revisions you've made that address some of my concerns. I think they're well done. I also appreciate Mr. Watkins and Mr. Six's comments about the detailing. I think that along with that, I then also appreciate Mr. Moore's comment saying that where do we stop about increasing the cost here? And because I do realize that there is some intention here that these would be able to rent to people that can afford them. And the more we ask you to do, the harder that becomes. And so I am on the railing there about knowing that many of these suggestions for these detailed improvements and revisions will mitigate some of the concerns that many may have about the nature of this design and how it doesn't align with some traditional thoughts about how architecture ought to look along here. So I think there's some optimism about what those plants how they might prosper on the second floor there and what it's going to take to do that. I live in a project like this. We have planters and we try to grow things in them, and the project's now 10 years old, and we see the limitations of 24-inch planters and even 36-inch planters to achieve some of the things that might be hoped for here. That's all my comments.
Okay. All right, and since you two are not quite up to speed, we can't take your comments at this time. So, we need a motion.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Great. Let's hear it.
And I would make a motion for preliminary design approval with some comments. And I want to get those out on the table before I go through the stating of the compatibility analysis. I think, number one, I would like the appearance of the floating cantilevered box at the southwest elevation re-study to bring plaster mass, not re-study, to make more apparent its connection with the ground. I would like, number 2, I would like to see the top 4 trellises pulled back from their balcony perimeters and be cantilevered from the window walls that they cover.
Okay, like that, that.
I would like the applicant to consider a break in the north wall well, you know, I'm not going to, I'm on the case for the,
Just say add.
no, that's a cost thing on the break in that wall. I think it's not necessary. I would have the applicant explore at least 2 additional 36 high planters on the east elevation at podium level and 1 36-inch high planter on the north elevation.
On the podium level.
On the podium level, I would like to see refinements in the horizontal and vertical planking to have some sculptural design in at least one of the gaps, top or center or whatever, to explore that. I don't want to be that specific, but to do more, some traditional touch to the horizontal and vertical siding. Now, that does not have to occur on the interiors of the building, just the exteriors. Oh, and on the east podium elevation, to create plaster returns to dye the textured concrete into. To resolve, to find a more elegant solution to the metal railing atop the concrete parapet. And I will back down on the heavy wood cut-ups on the headers and cut-ups and headers in the large windows, and a visual bridge between the central entry gaps. If somebody feels strongly about those, they can participate in my motion now. Should I state the, should I complete this with the project compatibility analysis, or
We have to do that,
Yes,
is
please.
everybody in agreement with? Let's first go. Can we first go through
No.
adds and subtracts
We
and
need
so
a
forth?
full motion before we get, we need someone to second a full motion before we can get to discussion.
Okay, so the project meets the project compatibility analysis. As far as I have not heard anything contrary from staff, and I rely on staff heavily to state that the project fully complies with the applicable city charter and municipal code requirements. The project is consistent with the design guidelines, the applicable location. There is, because there is a, in the Milpas Haley guidelines, there is reference to Hispanic Pueblo style, and the project has echoes and touches of that style within its language. It is compatible with the character of the city and the neighborhood. It is a very large project, but sits in the middle of the block and is one of the first in this zoning pattern that we will definitely see more of. And the mass of the project is now and will be in the future mitigated by the surrounding properties east and west of it. I think that language also is duplicated on the appropriate size mass, book, and scale. If you could just duplicate that language about the mitigation of the middle of the block and the neighboring existing and future massing to be anticipated. There's no sensitivity because there's no adjacent landmarks and historic resources in the area. And public views of the ocean, there is no public views or view corridors that this project affects. And the use of open space and landscaping, given the sophisticated and well thought out uses of the podium and its landscape and patios and amenities show a appropriate amount of open landscape and open space and landscaping. Do I need to state anything else?
We do have a requirement for a 15183 for CEQA, and we also have a development plan approval finding.
Is that on the pink paper?
The 15183 is on the pink sheets. The DPA finding was a memo that you should have for.
This is the CEQA one I'll read?
Yep. Correct.
The ABR finds that the project qualifies for an exemption from further environmental review under CEQA guidelines section 15183 based on the city staff analysis and CEQA certificate of determination on file for this project. Is there something else I need to?
There is a DPA memo, but it looks like you guys don't have it, so I will go get that for you. I apologize.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Have discussion
Do we need a
prior
second?
to,
Did we get a second?
I was going to add or discussion.
we have discussion prior to reading that memo?
Go first.
Do we need a second?
We have a second.
Should I?
Do you have any discussion?
Of course. I would ask the maker of the motion to consider clarifying for the applicants and the board several details to come back with for clarity. I would state for final approval to provide details for cornices, the false windows, any window treatments, I'll just give any window treatments, and trellis designs, shading designs, something like that. To further develop the wood trellis systems to provide more accurate framing systems. For guardrails, to clarify the attachments based on some of the comments that board members provided for visibility purposes or visibility concerns. And concrete walls and I guess flashing around exposed flashing elements with color and resolutions. And that would be my request.
I would tentatively accept all those, and after I read this, I will formally accept. I have to read all of this?
So for the record, Mr. Chair, what I've just handed Vice Chair 6 is a memo that was posted to the website and made available on October 17th. It was written by the case planner for this project, explaining staff's analysis of why this project complies with the development plan approval, findings required for the growth management program in the city, which regulates the amount of non-residential floor area that is developed within city jurisdiction. So there are some findings on the back of that memo that staff has outlined the reasons we find the project complies. It is up to the board to decide whether or not they agree with those findings, and they can edit or extrapolate.
So I read these into my motion, and then we
Correct.
discuss them, starting at the findings, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the staff believes the project can be found consistent with the required development plan findings, which are: the proposed development complies with all provisions of Title 30 of the Municipal Code, and the proposed non-residential square footage is consistent with the principles of sound community planning because it is located within the central business district on a parcel zoned M-C manufacturing commercial. The project is surrounded by M-C zoning properties developed with a mix of uses consisting of commercial and residential. This block of the city is located in the central business district, which allows commercial square footage to be parked at one space for every 500 square feet, regardless of the use. The project will provide the 4 parking spaces for the 1,826 square foot commercial space and will meet the city's parking design standards and the pedestrian master plan, and the proposed mixed-use development will not have a significant adverse impact on the community's aesthetics or character, in that the size, bulk of, or scale of the development are consistent with Title 30 of the zoning ordinance, as it will be below the maximum allowed height of 45 feet and is in an area of the city that is slated for 37 to 63 dwelling units per acre, as described in the city's general plan. For these reasons, the project can be found compatible with the neighborhood based on the project compatibility analysis criteria found in sections 22.22.145 or 22.68.045 of this code, and the proposed development is consistent with the policies of the City of Santa Barbara traffic management strategy as expressed in the allocation allowances specified in SBMC section 30.170.030. The proposal will receive non-residential square footage allocation from the minor and small addition floor area categories. The findings of the Board of Architectural Board of Review shall be included in the motion for action on this project with reasons to support the findings. Okay.
Okay.
And I would formally add and support Mr. Watkins' additions to my motion, if it's okay with the seconder.
It is.
Oh, you're the
It really is.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
I have a question.
Okay.
It takes 4 votes to move this forward. That's correct?
3 majority.
Well, 3 actually.
3 votes.
3 votes for us.
Okay.
Okay. That's everything. We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Abstain.
I
Can't do that.
apologize. We do need 4 voting members,
To vote up or down?
but we need a majority, which would have been 3.
I'm getting a little advice over here from the legal counsel. It said 3.
We need-
In that case, I changed my vote.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to vote again, right?
Yes.
So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay,
2 abstentions.
and abstain. And 2 abstain. So motion carries. Thank you. So we'll keep this. You can take that one if you want.
Which one is it? Shake this one? Is that it? Yeah.
Okay.
It would have been.
Okay, thank you. Okay, guys, we need to move on, so let's cut the discussion. Howdy. So we need to move on, so we could, if you guys are gonna have other discussions, please move on to the hallway. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, I have to recuse myself.
1 second, we've got something going on over here.
I'll be stepping down for the remainder of the meeting due to conflict schedule.
Okay, that's going to put a wrinkle in our quorum.
David?
We have, and then David has to step down.
So then why should we present? If you would rather not present, you have the option not to.
Well, is it possible that it can be forwarded to the consent calendar for PDA?
It is if you guys find it.
Yeah, that's unusual. It would be unusual.
You asked for specific things.
We don't have quorum to do PDA.
We don't have enough people here
Mass exodus.
to, we'll have staff.
Richard Lee?
I believe some members are using the restroom freshening up, but in order to receive an action that is appealable to City Council or just moving forward, it would need 4 participating members to vote. I believe because we have 2 new members who may not be familiar, and I believe Mr. Black has a conflict of interest and will be stepping out regardless. We will not have enough votes to get PDA today.
So, Mr. Whalen, have you had a chance to get up to speed on this particular project?
I did study them, yeah.
Have you looked at past video for the project?
Past video, no.
Why?
Okay.
Because I've taken money from
So if you guys have worked together in the past 2 years, there's a conflict of interest.
Okay, there's no money on this thing.
I know. Okay, so it sounds like we just have 3 eligible voting members with us today.
He's not eligible?
No. So we can either review the project in front of us and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
or we can reschedule.
Let's review it. I think if you guys get up to speed, it would be a good thing. We should make it go smoothly. And if it's possible, you could say we can send it to, if it's possible to send it to the consent calendar.
They think so.
You guys are agreeable?
We will see. Okay, if you could let me introduce the project, and then we'll introduce you. This is item number 2329, Alameda Padre Serra, and it's a proposal for 2 new residential duplexes, demolition of existing 2-story single residential unit, and construction of 2 3-story duplexes. Units will range in size from 2,676 feet to 3,962 square feet. Proposed are 8 assigned parking spaces, 2 guest parking spaces, and 10 bike parking spaces. Site work includes new landscaping, driveways, courtyards, and pedestrian bridge over the motor court connecting the duplexes and patios. Project design approval is requested, and that would require compliance with the project compatibility analysis, urban design guidelines, infill design guidelines, outdoor and lighting design guidelines, and requires environmental findings for CEQA guidelines exemption. Project is consistent with general plan. Project was last reviewed December 2nd of last year. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, if you can introduce, if you make sure that's on.
Okay.
Great.
Jan Hockhazer of Hockhazer Bladder and Sam Mathis of Earthform Design here for our 3rd review. I'd like to say to the board that we had very positive previous reviews, and then there were very specific comments that were made. And I'd like to go through those and show our responsiveness to the board's commentary and concerns. Well, the motion was to restudy the massing and develop detailing and articulation that helps ameliorate the massing. Particularly, Board Member Moore, you were more concerned about the rear building than the front building. The front building was perceived as acceptable. So we made some significant changes, and I'd like to draw your attention to the roof plan.
Why don't I read the motion for the board's benefit?
Okay.
Because it's been a while.
Thank you.
So it was continue indefinitely with comments. Number one, the board appreciates the thought and consideration put into the project. Number two, there are concerns about the overall massing of the buildings. Number three, implement design strategies at the roof and revise glazing sizes to reduce the overall apparent mass of the project. Number four, applicant shall further define materials where they occur throughout the project. Number five, revise the proposed mechanical yards to better screen equipment. Number six, if rooftop equipment units are used, provide a preliminary plan and show a 36-inch minimum parapet height. 7, provide an arborist report for the tree in the front yard. Number 8, applicant shall look at the view ordinance and check whether the palm tree specified selected will not pose potential issues to neighbors. Number 9, refine design elements of the bridge to provide more detailing consistent with overall project. Number 10, pull back the perimeter retaining walls where possible to ensure the health of the existing hedge. Number 11, provide a lighting plan. Number 12, provide typical door and window details and specify materials. Okay?
Okay. All right, so kind of going back to where we left off, we made some major changes, which I think can best be described by the roof plan. And if we can go to that plan. Right here. So as you recall, we had a big mechanical well up here that was of major concern to the board. So subsequent to that review, we've actually articulated the roof mass, eliminated the mechanical well, and stepped the massing back both here and here. We also kind of stepped the wall plane here to bring this roof plane back on this property line behind the existing garage that's here. And then we articulated this facade to break up the flatness. That was a concern of one board member. And we'll show those elevations in a moment. The same articulation was brought into these facades as well to break up that linearity. So that was perhaps the most significant issue that was addressed. We have details to share with the board. I'd like to kind of start reviewing elevations to show how those changes are effective. Now, with the benefit of color, this is the same elevation that you have in black and white, and I just want to show some of the articulations. We developed our water jet cut railing systems, detailing around the doors and the windows. We've incorporated an arch into the front elevation. This used to be a square portal through, and just incorporated those features and roof changes into these elevations as you see them. So I'm going to kind of run through these quickly. On these interior elevations, you can see how the wall planes were broken up here. Where we recessed this wall plane area here, we stepped back. This went to a conventional roof by eliminating that mechanical well. All the heat fan coil units are interior to the project. There are no fan coil equipment proposed on the outside. Again, roof plane was broken and moved back here as it was over here and over here. The archway was incorporated. We detailed the bridge with the same water jet cut panel screening on the side walls of the bridge, so it's half of a beam and half of a water jet cut railing panel as you come across the bridge to articulate that detailing. The other revisions, Kevin, that you had some concern about, the revisions there were made as well to the side elevations where we significantly reduced these windows. We pushed this one back and eliminated a lot of that glazing. That was a concern that you had. So the landscaping, the big issue with the landscaping, the only issue, of course, was the change of the palms for future growth in the view ordinance. And Sam can describe the species and the change there.
We also, turn it around this way, have an arborist letter from Peter Wynn of West Tree. It's placed on the bottom of the plan. The species, we did study the view ordinance and thought that the date palm would get too tall potentially for the neighbors on the uphill side of APS. So we've looked at the Livingstonia and or the Boutia palm, which are in the 25-foot realm. So that study was proved to just allow the scale of these palms to stay in context with the building and the heights of the ridgeline. This tree is the tree that the arborist report is written about, this camphor tree in the corner. So where the footings and where the root zone and the percentage of where it might be affected is addressed in this arborist
Here's
letter.
the full-on letter for the board.
Okay, thank you.
And then, again, we have the same hedging that we proposed before. We really feel that the wall placement will respect the existing hedging on the neighbor's property in both the north and the west side. And then we have a continuation of our existing Eugenia hedge on the south side that we're going to be supplementing and infilling and keeping in good shape through the construction. So we want all that hedging to remain. Those are the main points, I think, from our last meeting that we addressed.
And then the board member had asked to show the window detailing, roof edge detailing, typical lighting fixture. So we included those details in today's presentation.
Are those in here? We can see them a little bigger.
That is exempted from the full set, but I do have an extra copy here. You know, some other changes that I think the board would appreciate, if I may. So these decks were more articulated with the retreat of the roof up above. We kind of actually shrunk these deck areas down in size and detailed them a little bit more carefully. But they are timber decks with timber beams to took the roof off that mass element and reduced that even further. So these drawings are in the set if we go to the side elevations. And the opposite side. Again, this I think is one of the most significant changes is the step back here, and eliminating that mechanical well, so you go to a true gable roof here instead of a wider form. Prior to this current presentation, this was a more full, massive roof. So we went to the traditional simple gable, reduced the window size. And we hope the board appreciates that simplicity in the roof element, where there's a great consistency of this module and very classic roof shape profile through the project. So we think that articulates those forms nicely and is in direct response to those concerns that were raised. So one of the things that I helped along here, these are views that we had shown before, but I think they're updated to show the two sides of the courtyard, the flanking sides, one side being the bench and the other side being the fountain, and the decorative tile work here. We had shown these to the board in our prior presentation, but it wasn't really discussed much, but these are kind of the palette of materials that are being proposed for the tile work, and this really gives the flavor and articulation. The entry doors to units will have this type of treatment, the solid doors. The other doors would be aluminum French doors, aluminum casement, and double hung windows.
And then did we hit lighting plan?
So I did provide just the cut sheet for on the set, but we didn't actually prepare a plan.
Okay.
Any kind of site lighting would certainly be low voltage coming up the pathways and on any stairs and transitions of grade. And in the actual courtyard, we probably have some lighting on the wall of the fountain. But other than that, it would be safety, low voltage walkway lighting that would be in the site work.
And then you touched on it briefly, but the mechanical, you squeeze that now between the two buildings?
It will not be on the roof at all.
Okay.
And the approach that's being proposed, if you bring too much paper, you get a little bit overwhelmed, but it's actually going to be interior to the carports and the garages. So it's interior. And I have an example of that in my array of resource material here.
Stack of papers.
What is that mechanical equipment?
It's, they're fan coil units, and they would be wall-mounted inside the carport, inside the garage. And the trick to doing that, Leon, is just making sure the garages have adequate air circulation and ventilation. And that's obviously the best aesthetic to get rid of it that way.
Okay.
And I might add, too, we hope you appreciate, as there was some commentary about this site having visibility from the Riviera hillside behind. So now that we've eliminated that mechanical well, it's not, it's not germane to the aesthetic looking down at it.
Okay. Do you want to add anything else?
I could answer questions.
Get to that.
Okay.
If that concludes your presentation, we'll open for public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to address the board about this project? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment and go to questions. Richard, do you want to start?
Yes. Was the roof terrace in the last project?
Absolutely. Yeah.
In that configuration?
We haven't changed it.
Okay, thank you. And the River of Life detailing, that's new?
Well,
That's new stuff, correct?
Well, yes, that was kind of a unifying treatment for guardrails and detailing out the bridge, rather than making the bridge a solid plastered guardrail wall. Per one of the board members' commentary, it was to
So
kind
for instance, in these balconies here, what did you have prior to that?
We just had a simple.
3.1.
I can show you the previous drawing.
That would be excellent.
Let's put that right here so we can see it on the camera.
So where are those balconies?
So-
then? These are,
So you're looking at this element here.
Yeah. So are those the same as these?
Not exactly. No, that was a different approach and wasn't carefully detailed. So our approach was to kind of make some changes here. A little bit more verticality, incorporated the arch. We opened up the parapet, lightened up the parapet here at the back, and incorporated that somewhat Art Deco fenestration. And I have examples throughout town of that being applied in a very effective manner. We really are excited about it being a unifying element on the bridge and on other parts of the architecture.
And then the interior elevation of the front unit beforehand, before this? I mean, on this previous plan, do you have the interior elevation?
Yeah. So,
Oh, there it is, okay.
so this is the interior of the courtyard that was flat across. And the change that I just showed you,
No, I get it.
Richard, there was that one, interior, and this one. So that was also modified to include the arch, this detail.
Okay. I think those are my questions. Well, let's go back here. So I don't understand the river of life detail, and it's what seems to me here. Let's go back to the new one. It seems to be here many different applications of that same language. So here we have clearly a balcony condition, correct? There'd be a railing on top. These will be open, and these will extend down a little bit below the soffit?
To the top of door header height, yes.
So they'll be below the soffit? And
Slightly hanging below the
okay.
soffit, yes, as they would here as well. So they hang down to 8 feet.
hang down. And then on these are butted against the walls?
In that case,
The
yes.
walls are proud. Okay.
Just like these pilaster posts are proud, they're butted
Okay.
against the sides of the pilaster post.
And then on this one here, this one turns the corner?
This is a cantilevered balcony in plan view. That's back over here.
So it turns the corner.
Right.
Okay, and then the third application we have is on the front elevation. We have them right here underneath or above those windows.
So when
correct?
if you go to the roof plan, you have them right here, in between the parapet that extend down to the top of the window. So the actual.
So do you see through these?
Yes, you do.
And then, what were your thoughts on mixing these languages? I mean, we have the basket weave.
Well, these are solid deck tile decks enclosed by the major form of the building. And these are actually lighter balcony elements that are applied. So when we're within, so if you go back, for instance, in this rear elevation, when you're within the form of this upper roof, we use the more classic relief of the solid parapet. But here in these balcony situations that are actually applied, we use that. So this structure below, this, again, just like on the front elevation.
Oh yeah, there's the fourth application. This goes way below
Yes.
the...
Yes, it screens the
Because-
understory space that we described below
okay.
the deck.
So that's unusable underneath there.
Yes.
No habitable, okay. And then, will you explain to me why most of the, window treatment seems to be the simple awning, but yet I see how many of these need-braced solid roofs are there and why?
Well, in this form, the floor space comes out within, these were 1 foot deep windows, but the solar protection we're endeavoring here to pursue is significant.
That.
And, thank you, Kevin. So these are part of the language, like the awnings that you see on a lot of the other elevations. So they're either done
The
in
cloth
fabric,
awning, yes, okay.
so they're applied.
And how many of these guys are there? Two, just two on this one elevation?
There's two, and then there's also at the entry doors, as I showed you in this elevation here, they're smaller, but they provide roof protection at entry right here.
Okay, very good, thank you. Oops.
So are those, before we leave, these are the entries to these units?
Yes. In the
Off the main
previous
courtyard.
Previous commentary, Kevin, those were reduced, I'm sorry, they were recessed to provide some form of porch at entry there, so they weren't flat on the wall.
And then there's this chimney sort of
Yeah, if you,
really tall. Down?
over here,
So it's that one?
yeah.
It's sort of isolated.
Right,
Comes
so
up on this
because of the solar ordinance, the major roof forms are cut back here, so you've got like a one-story roof coming back to a two-story. Chimneys are exempt from that. And that was something that the board desired early on from our first presentation, was to incorporate chimneys.
So on this, so you come in here, you turn to the right, you've got the fountain or the bench?
You got the bench and the fountain. Or the opposite, I think the fountain and the bench.
This is the fountain on this wall.
Right,
The
the
bench
south
is in
wall.
the shade.
Door kind of in the middle of this, sort of in the middle.
And this is ringed with planters on both sides coming in. Soften that wall, financing.
In grade?
In ground, yeah.
Okay, so planter, and this is all landscape.
Little
Yeah. and-
porch at the entry.
And we
all
had
landscape.
gone over this in a fair amount of detail, showing its connection to a usable common outdoor space here under the tree, link through here.
Okay. And then, we go back to your planting thing, is it in here?
It is in there. This is it if you can see it small enough.
Let's
It's
go
too
to
small, yeah.
Full size, where would that be?
It's in the back, the landscape plan. There. 3-1.
L1 here.
L1, is it forward? I've got an extra copy here.
Put it right out there.
Okay, here it comes. So, yeah, we have a flagstone walkway that comes here. We have some hedging that provides a little privacy for the outdoor space of this unit. Then we could come off the driveway, walk into here, get on the main path, walk through here to get to this open space seating area underneath the camphor tree. And this has the same kind of privacy planting for this little porch. We've got the entry, as we talked about, the planters in grade all the way through the fountain and the seating of the bench on this side. So this is all interlinked with walkway systems through this kind of open little park-like feeling of succulents and grasses and ground cover.
What are the small trees?
These are probably going to be orange trees. So they'll be Valencia or semi-dwarf Washington navel. 15, probably 12 to 15. And you can see in this gray area, one of the discussions last time was the sight lines, and we wanted to make sure that for the neighbor and for our owners that there's plenty of sight line looking up APS both ways. So we'll hold this back, any kind of low planting through here for good safety and traffic.
And then where we get tight to the property line, the vertical accent planting, some multi-trunk.
Multi-trunk cordyline indivicia. Let's see what that says. And then we've got some.
How tall is that going to get?
These can be lacy and come up in the 20-foot range. So it's going to be on this wall mostly, and it won't be canopying much. We are going to be taking out a large pittosporum. You see that dashed line indicates one of the trees that's going to be removed. but this is quite a handsome silhouette on this wall.
Okay, and then these little guys.
These little guys are Hesperalo and aloe vera. These are smaller succulents that are lacing up in this wall area.
And this
is a hedge of Eugenia, correct? And this
so that's
is,
going to stop.
and then this is going to be more open where we have windows. And then it starts again here with this is a Metrosideros salsa. This is a spring fire that wraps this whole lower bench.
One important thing that we left out that was important to the board was us to pull back this lower retaining wall to ensure the survival of this major hedge that was on the property line. So that's part of the changes we made to address those specific commentaries.
And then around here, we have a similar vocabulary.
Similar vocabulary on this side, and this is again another Eugenia hedge that's being preserved on the property line proximity. Same privacy hedge here with this Metrosideros spring fire, because we have two patio decks here that are raised. And then we're down in the parking area across the bridge, and we do have some vines that will be coming up this wall to soften this. As you drive in, you'll have a nice green wall up into that patio area, creating some privacy from the courtyard.
Is there a fence at all along here right now?
And just the hedge. No fence is proposed. And, you know, I might add to remind the board that we've got letters of support from both our neighbors here. This neighbor showed up to speak about his concern of hedge preservation and maintaining safety views from the driveways here.
Okay. And then on the elevation, I'm not reading it right, but this right here. So this, on the street elevation, this comes up and it stops at railing height, or does it continue?
Yeah,
up?
there are literally.
Oh, okay, so it does, this is a break.
Right.
It stops, okay, it reads like it's.
Yeah, that's just the pilaster between the doors and windows behind. So if you were to peel away this triple plaster column with the River of Life water jet cut railing system, you would have this detailing around the stacked French doors. So this yellow tile area is actually recessed from the plane of the plaster. And you could see that on the detailing that I gave to Richard there.
All right, so this is one unit. This is bedroom, sir?
That's correct. Hallway and bedroom. Master bath. Master bath.
All right. Dan?
Thanks.
Questions?
I have no further questions.
Okay. Any questions? Richard, do you want to start with comments?
Okay. Well, there's a little bit of, I know that this is a residential project and not significant public views and so forth, but I still have some issues that I'd like to express. The one is it seems schizophrenic to have, you know, the two different railing details, the basket weave and the River of Life, and perhaps one of the better ways to, and I don't think it's a deal breaker, but I think it would be a lot more successful if you didn't recess that whole thing and that these were just, the openings were flush with the wall, so they're just.
They are, sir.
So they are, so, okay. And then I think this elevation here, as opposed to the previous one, be frank, it's disappointing. The first one had a nice proportions to it. I think the square opening was a lot more successful. The windows went all the way down the floor. You probably don't have that function in there. These windows look very disappointing. And I think that this repeat of the three is much more stronger than the River of Life. I think that, and especially since you have vocal room to fur that out, I think there's a lot more successful composition that could occur there to capture some of the strength that you had back here. And and the again, the schizophrenia of having just two of these on that. You know, can those be significant? I know that there's a greater span with the awnings, but you know, maybe if these awnings can't span that, maybe you bring some kind of short language of the roof over those, you know, the mission tile eyebrow here, and above the entry doors and so forth, to reduce, you know, just one more piece of a language that is, you know, there's too many. Those are my comments.
Richard has expressed my feeling about the previous entry being stronger than the current one. I much prefer this to the new one. That's my only comment, aside from saying I think it's ready for consent.
Okay. May I have this one more? If it seems, and I don't know the structural ramifications of it, but it seems that your roof deck is plenty big, and it just would be so much more successful. Let's see, where would that
On this roof plan?
Interior elevation of the north building.
The entire north.
Well, it's actually two units that share that, so it's cut in half.
This guy here, if you could pull that back another 3 feet and have much more of that roof showing, I mean, you could add that square footage over the entry. Where's your roof plan? These seem pretty, plenty big.
Well,
if you pull that back, I understand. And if you're concerned about the size, you could pull out this way a little bit. But this being so close and having this simply an eyebrow bothers me.
Well, it's not an eyebrow, it's set back. The plane of wall below is here, and this is stepped back from it.
No.
I think the evolution of this step has been really successful. I think massing-wise, it's improved. I think, say that again, I think the evolution of this has been good. The massing has improved. I think it's a better project now than where it was. I think, I agree with Richard and on the majority of these things. I think this little chimney being so skinny and flying out there on its own, if there's a way to engage the wall, it's almost engaging. It's sort of just right there. So something to consider. I agree that this elevation is probably better without these bits. So maybe if this is a question for you, is this 42 inches?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's an opportunity to jog that down and include a railing on top or something else if you want to have visibility over that. just to break it up, but I agree it was, having these larger windows in that case was more successful. I think the level of detail is pretty commendable. I mean, if we're going to go to this level where you have tile recessed in the plaster and this water jet railing is.
We like it.
There's a lot of detail work in that.
I agree.
So hope that stays in the project. So sounds like, now maybe we should just do a quick straw poll between the three of us. If we feel this is ready for PDA as presented, now obviously we can't give it PDA at this meeting, so we'd have to, this is sort of a test to see if we think this could come back at a preliminary or on the consent calendar for the PDA approval. And then most likely would then need to come back to the full board for final approval after that, for full review of details. But it's just a way to get them a week, make up a week in their schedule.
We've been at this almost a year.
Yep.
And you guys have liked it from the get-go.
So how many board members feel that this project is, as presented, is ready for PDA? On consent.
I do.
Great. So I will make a motion to continue the project to the consent calendar for preliminary design approval. That the board appreciates the revised massing and fenestration and attention to detail, and I'm sure Richard might have a few things we can add.
Well, are you considering some of the concerns that we have?
Well, yeah. Absolutely.
Vice Chair Six, would you like to second the motion?
Oh, yeah, second. That the applicant should consider reducing the number of design elements, especially regarding the bracketed eyebrows above the balconies. That the applicant should restudy the recessed front entry elevation to bring back more powerful proportions.
But to be more similar to the original proposal.
Okay, more similar to the original proportions. To study the non-engaged chimney at the front north unit. The site plan and then the landscaping is acceptable. The materials and use of tile around openings and so forth is very commendable and handsome. I'll make, well, I'm going to add those anyway.
Did you make mention of these, the colors boards?
Yeah, the general colors, boards, and the materials used are commendable. And a suggestion to restudy the roof terrace to pull back the terrace balcony edge from the hip of the southwest corner.
This bit right here?
Yeah, and that bit. Those would be my ads. And
Okay, those are acceptable. Okay, any other discussion?
None?
Okay, we have first, second, all in favor?
To clarify, Mr. Chair, was that a 1 week continuance to consent?
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as possible. No, not this time.
At PDA. That will be made on consent.
So we have first and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? One abstention? Motion carries. Yes.
So I'm going back to my office, my staff will study these things. We don't necessarily, when we come back for consent, after studying them, if we feel that we don't agree, we present that at consent.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Hockhauser, staff will need electronic copies of what you intend to present at consent.
Okay.
Prior to the agendas being posted this Thursday afternoon.
Yeah. One of the things the owner was very enthusiastic about was maintaining the arch as a primary purpose, so we like that.
Okay.
Those are ours.
Okay, great. Take those with you. All right, thank you.
Those are yours, thank you. One copy of the arborist letter, that's on the landscape plan. Do you need a separate copy?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll bring
Those are
all this
just-
back.
Right. Do you want for the record a copy of each of those colored ones we presented?
That would be great. You can bring it to me over there.
All right, thank you. All right. So we have item number 3, which is 810 500 Street. Come on up. This is a proposal to construct a 2-story non-residential building on a site developed with a single residential unit. Project entails construction of a 1,340 square foot structure containing a 1,000 square foot warehouse, a 140 square foot office, and a 200 square foot loft to service the existing on-site business. Project proposes 3 parking spaces to accommodate both the business and the existing residents. Project requires development plan approval findings for allocation of non-residential floor area. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. Project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis and the urban design guidelines, Haley Milpas design guidelines, and the outdoor lighting design guidelines. And this is a new item for concept review, so your first crack at it.
So it should be easy, just approve it and we're done.
So easy.
All right. If you could introduce yourselves, let's turn this around. So
My name is Steve Harrell. I'm the project architect, and this is my client, Omar Escano.
okay, welcome.
And primarily what we have here is an existing residence, which is this entire property here is a pretty small property, has an existing residence on it. And what we're proposing is a garage warehouse to encompass and utilize the area for their building construction company. And we're also proposing a new parking space here to accommodate the residents, and then 2 new parking spaces on this side of the property. One was the handicap accessibility space with the loading zone. And this is an office to facilitate the business, which is basically a garage warehouse for their stone and masonry company. The design is kind of pretty basic in terms of stucco mass here with a shed roof for over the patio on this area, and a shed roof over this first parking space facing the street. We're also proposing a sliding wrought iron gate that allows for security at night. That's pretty much it.
Okay. You want to walk us through the elevations?
This is the front elevation that you'd see from the street. So pretty much this front shed
That's here.
tile roof is over this front parking space, and it abuts up to the stucco mass. And then the stucco box mass here is right on the property line, facing the westerly side. And then there's another stucco mass on this elevation, which faces the property to the south. And then this is a shed roof over this patio, which is over here in this area. And then this wall, stucco wall, continues down till it meets the existing residence here. This is sort of an interior elevation to the lot, which shows what the building would look like with the large garage door, roll-up garage door. And then this is the window to this little office area. These back stairs here on this plan go up to a little storage loft area, which would house storage for their supplies and materials. That loft would also be accessible from the high volume area of the warehouse area to this upper area, so they could reach it with forklifts and access it that way.
Okay.
That's pretty much.
Do you have photos?
We have photos of the existing house,
Okay.
but they're
Can we
not.
see those?
Huh?
Can we see those?
You don't have.
These are the materials that were routed to me after.
What's that?
These were the materials that were routed to me. I did not receive
Well, we
photos.
provided the photos to the. It's. There's a lot of unpermitted.
It's an enforcement case right now.
Trailer and there's an enforcement case on this
The
property.
reason I ask is just to give us a better sense of what's here, what's
It's
here.
just a big open parking lot basically right now, in which we have like our little makeshift office.
Didn't really get-
This is kind of an existing one-story residence, pretty old, probably 1940s. And
Okay.
and this area here has a construction trailer on it, and a kind of a
Two storage sheds.
storage sheds with. So it's a lot of what we're trying to do is to demolish what's
Yeah,
out
I
here.
understand. I understand. So it's just really hard on us to visualize. I'm kind of familiar with this. I think Young Construction's there.
It's, yeah.
And then the Tile Co, I think is
Tile
there.
Co is right here.
At the
yeah.
corner, yeah.
But-
Architectural Walk. It's across the street from us.
You know, so there's nothing next door here?
Old residence as well.
There's an old residence here and an open backyard to that residence here.
Then over here.
And over there, there's a.
That's where Science by Ken used to be. It's another residence.
It's
and the winery.
Okay. Then back here?
It's like an open rented yard space.
It's kind of adjacent to the freeway.
Yep. Okay. Well, if that's all we've got to work with, it's unfortunate. So let's open this up for public comment. Is there anyone here that would like to address the board about this project? Seeing no one, we did receive some email correspondence from Anne Marie Gott and who was concerned about the loss of housing, but it appears that there's no proposal to remove
Well, the house stays, it's
residential
just
use.
adding the
We're
storage.
So I think that's would alleviate her concern. And then from Joe Matthews, is concerned about parking, which is not in our purview. Per the zoning review, the project provides parking as required on site. So if there's no other public comment, we'll close that and move on to questions. Richard, do you have questions?
Yes, so is the proposed space over here problem? Is the proposed space over here a problem with front yard stuff, or have you cleared that with the city?
No, we've cleared that with the city and with transportation.
And then you say you have a 6-foot fence here. Is that an existing fence that will remain? Does it return the corner?
Yes.
And what kind of material is that?
It's stucco over block.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
so it's a wall.
It's a wall.
It's a wall.
Oh, okay, good, good, good. I don't think I have any other questions.
Are you proposing any changes to the existing house?
No.
We can't.
Other than taking away the, there's a non-permitted washer dryer kind of enclosure out here, which is not permitted, so we're taking that away to address the code enforcement requirements.
You're not making any changes to the house, but you are making changes to the driveway and the parking place.
Correct. We're eliminating an extension of this wall, this property line wall that goes along here, taking that away so that we can have a driveway and to access and provide a parking space for this house. So this parking space is supposed to accommodate the parking for the house, which doesn't, right now there's no parking for the house.
So I don't see any provisions for entry to that front door.
To this front door?
Yes.
It would be strictly through the gate or walking through this yard to get to the existing front door.
That's all my questions.
Okay. Dennis?
Yes, thank you. I have a question. Where does the existing block wall on Quinientos end and the new fence start? And how is that transition handled?
Okay, the existing wall ends right here at the end of this trash enclosure. And right now there's a gate, a sliding gate that goes along the entire front of the property.
And then the second part of my question, how does the new fence, the wrought iron fence, meet the existing wall?
Well, this wall would come over here and it would return slightly to kind of receive the area for this planter area and have a wrought iron fence along this area, which would be a continuation of the sliding wrought iron.
So if I understand you correctly, the existing block wall will have a new return and the wrought iron will die into that.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the only question I have.
Okay. David?
And is this a sidewalk? This is all pavement out here?
Yeah, that's all
around the corner?
Sidewalk around the corner.
Okay.
There's no sidewalk or anything on Ashley Avenue. There's just only, there's only on Quinientos side.
I
the
see.
walkway.
There would be a new gutter, curb and gutter that would be continue, that would pick up from the corner here and continue down Ashley.
No other question? I have one more question. So is the wrought iron gate new?
Yes. Well, there is an existing one, but it would not be the same size or the same style as the new one.
And have you given any consideration of what that looks like, that gate will look like? The new wrought iron gate?
I think it would just be a very simple wrought iron gate with pickets at 4 inches on center, and just a continuation, much like a wrought iron fence would look like.
Thank you.
I don't have any additional questions. Without having a better sense of the context, it's hard to get a real sense of what the impact is going to be to the neighbors with the configuration. So let's go to comments.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's hard to, especially if there's need for additional planting or vine pockets along that wall. We need to see photographs of the frontage and to see what the existing is and what the proposed improvements are. So it's inefficient to comment on that right now, but that would be my concern, and that we do need to see that. I think that the architecture is fine. I think I would recommend that, where's a pointer? Recommend that if there's no plan limitations, that these columns here, maybe not so much this one, but they be pulled back so your corbels can be more handsome and more expanded, more cantilevered. So if this can pull back and that one can pull back, then you can have a handsome expanse on your...
More of a cantilever?
Or a cantilever on your beam ends.
Mm-hmm.
That's my only comment.
Okay. I would say that we need additional information to understand what the impact is to this, having this stucco corner come in here. What's going on over here? Is there something that needs to be done to address that? And then I agree, I think the architectural in general is great, very charming. Seems right for this. But you're going to run into, this is not going to end up looking like this, because this is on the property line. So this is going to end up being a wall or some other type of construction for fire code. So this is going to look differently in the end. So I would encourage you to take a look at that and see what you can do to make this look as charming as you have it now, but comply with code. Hopefully this, if this wrought iron, if it's a 6 foot high wrought iron, it'd be nice to see a little bit of detail. It doesn't have to be over the top, just a little bit of something to show it's sort of a handmade quality to it. It doesn't have to be throughout the entire fencing, but just something to give a little hint of specialness.
Well, that specialness just means money, and I'm like trying to save.
I understand. I understand. So there might be some trade-offs elsewhere that you could make. So our concern is primarily the outward appearance of the building and making sure that it's,
it's going to be nicer than what it is.
I understand. At any rate, those are my comments. So
I have another comment.
yeah, you're next.
So isn't our concern about, the remaining concern we have is about the proximity to the neighbors? And it seems like if that's true, that really is this wall. Oh, sorry. That's really just this wall and this wall. So when we say we would like him to help us know what's happening in the neighborhood, that this is really the concern that we have, that our concerns are not so much in here or here, but kind of here. Yep. That's all.
Dennis?
I would agree with those comments about the south and west-facing elevations, that they need to acknowledge their neighbors. I realize the building to the south is just a big flat wall, but there is an open area in here. There is a building in here that's just a big flat wall, but this does have an opening, and this all opens the lot. Just a couple of other comments. I think there's some drawing errors. There should really be a line in here as there is a shift in this wall. So a more careful rendering of how that works out. And then
Looks like it's coplanar with this column.
Yeah. It's in line with this roof. This is a separate roof.
So this wall runs all the way across here. All
Correct.
right then. And this fragment of a wall is really, this wall is over here. Am I not correct
That's
there?
correct.
Okay, so minor thing. And let's see, where, this is a question, where is the bike parking on the plan?
Right here.
Right
That's
here,
what
very
this
good.
detail is
I
for
saw
that detail.
Let's see. I think that's all I had. And the loft area is really just over that area, right? It's just over here with some sort of rail to overlook to the inside.
Correct.
That's fine. I believe that's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I don't have anything to add, but, you know, there's no substitute for the photographs. I mean, it's really difficult to make a judgment when you don't understand the context in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay. So what I would do, what I'm going to say is make a motion to continue the project to the next consent calendar, which would be next Monday, to return with photos, an aerial photo, photos of the adjacent neighbors, so this neighbor, if we can figure out what's going on back here, that'd be helpful. And you mentioned some landscaping here and here. If you could come back with a landscape plan or just tell us what's going to be in there,
Okay.
that would be helpful. That way we can give you an actual result. So I'm trying to help you guys get to the finish line.
Okay.
So correct, as
Yes.
well as photos of the existing.
Like I said,
sites.
we've provided those. It's just not here.
I understand. So, but in general, the board feels the architecture is acceptable as presented. The remaining concern is for the southwest corner and the adjacent, the impact to the adjacent properties.
Chair, one
Yes.
footnote. Take a look at your entry door to the office. You may not have enough clearance for a handicap accessible entry. I believe it requires 18 inches from clearance.
From the corner?
From the corner to the door frame.
Yep.
And then you spoke of at least a sketch of the what the fence would be, the metal fence.
Yeah, I think if you could add one elevation to show.
Beyond that.
Yeah, that'd be great. So yeah, include a portion of the proposed wrought iron fencing.
I'll second that. Mr. Chair, are you going to shine on my articulation of pulling back the columns to get better overhang on the beams?
Oh, you mean here?
Pull them in this way to get a little bit more articulation. on the
Sure.
beam.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Move columns
Inboard
Inboard,
of rake.
board of the rake.
Inboard.
All columns?
Except for the property line, back property line column.
So I guess that roof on this side and on this side would have a fire opening.
There's some ways around it, so I'll let you look at that, but you're not going to have exposed wood on that property line. Okay. We have first and second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. This project has not had its completeness review, so this project was here for concept only. If the board feels it's ready for PDA, an indefinite continuance would be best served to the applicant because staff does need its 30 days to complete a completeness review.
Well, we don't know what's next door, so.
So should we, okay, then a continuance to consent for concept review would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do the vote again. We had a first and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll see you on Monday.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Hey, what's up? We're going to take a break.
Come on. Sorry, it's dinner time. So we are going to adjourn for 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
We'll be back.
We're going to take a 20-minute break. Can we get situated?
We're going to reopen the meeting and move to item number 4, which is 3311 Macaw Avenue. And this is a new item, concept review, proposal for facade remodel to Gelson's in Loretto Plaza. Project entails in creating a new western entrance with detailing to match the existing eastern entrance. Maximum height of the new entrance will increase from 20'2" to 26'8". Project also includes new outdoor seating. No increase in floor area is proposed. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. And the project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis, Upper State Street design guidelines, and outdoor lighting design guidelines. Okay. If you guys could introduce yourselves.
I'm Steve Fort with Susanna Elledge Planning and Permitting.
I'm Jacinta Tan with Shook Kelly, and I'm the project architect.
Mike Smith, Director of Real Estate, Gelson's.
Okay, welcome. Take us through your proposal.
Yeah, dive in.
I think it might be best to start with some of the photos here to show the existing spaces. So this is the existing Gelson's. It's along State Street. It's a plaster building. I think some of the prominent architectural features are these arched openings, the awnings, and Gelson's is expanding into the adjacent tenant space.
Which was a prior Chase Bank.
It was a Chase Bank, and this is that space right there. So part of our remodel is to try to turn this entire facade into a more cohesive whole, so it appears to be one singular tenant versus two tenants, which it is right now. The existing Chase Bank space had the stone opening. It had some wood trellises above the existing storefronts, which were planted with ivy. So those items will be removed, and we'll be trying as much as possible to, try to tie these two spaces together architecturally. So this is the rendering of the new proposed facade. On this side you have Gelson's, and this is the new space that we'll be remodeling. So again, the existing storefronts will be remaining. We won't be enlarging them. Instead, we'll be adding above, sort of recreating these arches from Gelson's. We'll be adding awnings, which will be the same specifications as what's existing on the Gelson's side. Any sort of new walls that we'll be adding will be finished in the same plaster finish, which is a La Habra sandstone color. And as you mentioned before, we are raising the parapet here on the remodel side to sort of mimic what's existing on the Gelson side.
Do you want to look at the elevations, or
Yes, please.
Okay.
The top elevation is a demo, and so again, we're not really doing much work on the Gelson side. This is the bank, or what was the bank. We'll be removing the stone finish, the existing sort of wood trellises right here, and this is the new elevation where we're adding the arches, awnings, and raising the parapet.
These are photos?
Yeah, these are some larger photos
Of what you saw
what's
here.
out there.
The whole center also.
Some other photos of the remainder of the center.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
That is, yes, I believe about the scope that we'll be doing here.
Okay. We will have to open for public comment. Seeing no one, we will close public comment. Move on to questions. Should we start down here this time? David?
So you're essentially matching existing now? Materials, form.
Materials, colors, architectural features.
Signage going to be handled separately?
Yes, yep. Right.
No other questions?
Okay.
So going in order here,
Yes, please.
are the glazed openings remaining the same? I realize you're going to make an entry out of one of them, but the dimensionality is remaining the
The
same?
openings.
And then the side glazings are remaining as is? All right.
I think on the main entry right now, it's a swing entrance. We'll be replacing that with automatic sliders. That's typical of
Yes.
grocery stores. But that's the only change on the storefronts. And we're as much as possible going to try to match the mullions on the sliders too.
Thank you.
These will be doors.
Yes.
I haven't any other questions.
Okay. So this detail is going to match over here, what's current? So all of these details are the same lights, same awning, fabric and everything. So this is going to get swallowed up most likely, because you're going to have this coming into that. You might get a little bit of corner left.
One of these photo images, I guess the earlier one had trellis above that's been eliminated?
Yes.
Okay,
Try to keep to the balance of the center. None of the rest of the center has the trellis.
yeah.
And there's a neighboring property next to us that's would look out and match.
Okay. And then, this is all, inside the arch is the original plane, and then all of this is added, correct? All right, thanks. No other questions?
Okay. Sorry, just to clarify, so this is plaster back here, right? The glazing stops. But that head height is the same as this, or is it lower?
That head height is a little lower. Yeah, so you can see that because of that, the proportions of some of these arches are a little smaller.
Different, yeah.
To match what was the existing storefront.
Okay.
I want to make sure we're clear. Is there glazing in those openings? There's windows? There is not. Okay. All right. I wasn't sure that was clear.
I have an additional question.
Okay.
Have you, do you know the build-out of the interiors yet? And if so, are there going to be ovens and other large rooftop equipment that would require additional screening other than what you have now?
There is going to be a new mechanical unit on top, but I believe it's in similar size to what's existing right now. There are no ovens
And there's
on this side.
a choice of where that unit would go and so forth?
Yes, and it's further back in the space.
Okay, thank you.
But we will look into any screening requirements.
Okay. Do you want to continue with comments?
I have another question. So rooftop, there will be essentially no differences as you might look at it from behind and back down onto the roof, that there are no additional changes to the existing?
Correct. You're referring to from the back of the building?
Well, above and back, as you look down on the roof. Because I believe the neighbors can look down on the roof from there.
The owner of this property owns the adjoining restaurant above it, and then he also owns the house, that quasi-office construction. So there's no neighbors that would actually look down on the property. The same owner of this building.
As I mentioned, there is a new rooftop unit, but it's replacing what's existing now.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Here you go. Don't forget that.
Sorry about that part.
That answers my question, thank you.
Placement, okay.
Comments?
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm uncomfortable with it. I think it looks like a two-headed animal. It's just, you know, it's not quite resolved to my satisfaction. I think that, you know, just simply duplicating this form here and here, it's just, you know, it's, as I say, a two-headed animal. I would rather see this entirely eliminated and the unity brought by continuing, either stepping back and continuing the trellis maybe over to the main entry there, and then let it drop out and have a very, you know, layered, you know, that this is obvious the main entry and this is a secondary. It just, it fights with me aesthetically.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, but that's how I feel.
Leon?
I don't have any more comments.
Dennis?
Well, I'm sort of a mixed reaction. Either you've gone too far or you haven't gone far enough. What comes to mind for me is the mission in Tucson, San Xavier del Bac, which has 2 towers, and they're completely different. Here, it's like you have the ugly stepsister, or if you really wanted to mirror it, they would be identical, but that might be confusing for the user because there's a primary entrance and this is a secondary entrance. I think I'd be okay with this if there was a little more detailing on the secondary entrance, what you're proposing, a little more molding, perhaps some of the finials, just something that was a little deeper. But more than that, it's the semicircular arches that are really foreign to the entire complex. I've looked around at Loreto Plaza, and they're pretty consistent as being elongated arches. This is a new thing yet. Even the Federal Drug has one of these sort of parapets on it that isn't anything like this one. So it wouldn't bother me if you did something that was less repetitive, but trying to relate the underlying premise of the arches, if I'm making myself at all clear.
Okay.
I guess I understand both points of view, but I don't have a strong opinion in either direction, to be perfectly honest. But I don't really have a problem with this. I understand both points of view, but I just in general, I find this acceptable, but I'm going to defer to the architects. So.
Yeah, it's well, first of all, I appreciate, and I think we all appreciate bringing in renderings of this quality at this level, so we really get a true sense of what it's going to look like.
Here, here.
And yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, I think it either needs a little bit more elaboration, a little bit more detail, or it needs to be a little less, it needs to go one of, you need to go one direction or the other. But
We're in between.
yeah, we're right in between. So,
I found my comment.
great, let's hear it.
So I think it's acceptable, but if I owned the building, I'd hope for more.
You guys had any dealings with James Laredo?
Well, that wouldn't influence my comment at this point.
Hey, we're the ones that have to do any upgrade to the exterior of the building. And
I think that, as Dennis has said, there's details that probably can be done that wouldn't have to add a lot of cost.
I do appreciate the upgrade that was done previously. It was an Albertsons.
Right, that's correct.
This was a fantastic.
That was better, yeah.
improvement.
Absolutely.
So, go team, go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite a major
Yeah,
at the time, and I wasn't with Gelson's, but I know the history. The prior owner's still upset how much money he spent on the exterior.
LSR. Okay.
Well,
So
I just reinforce my opinion. I think less is more, and that the less here brings back and reinforces and strengthens, or doesn't detract from the strength of the original edition.
So you're of
trying
the
to follow.
Sorry, we're in comments here. So you're of the opinion that this a little bit more stripped down and simplified would be more appropriate.
Take the peak off. Maybe there's a few embellishments to that continuous flat parapet, but it to be significantly subservient to the original entrance.
Yeah, I agree. That would be one appropriate approach to this. So, somebody want to craft a motion with that in mind? I'm looking at somebody.
Looking at you.
So, would this be a 2-week continuous? Can you be prepared in 2 weeks? So I would say a 2-week continuance for the applicant to study one or two approaches to either embellish the and find more depth in the detailing of the secondary entry and gabled roof element, or the second approach is to diminish and diminish the to remove the gabled and gabled entry, gable above the new entry, and find other ways to articulate that parapet to be subservient to the original peaked entry and trellis.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? No discussion? Okay. We got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Okay. Thank you very much. And that concludes the Architectural Board of Review agenda for January 27th. Thank you very much.